And good morning, Thursday, the 29th of January, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Headset in the wrong jack. Sorry about that. Wrong computer. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Real time. I trade live. My own funded AMP futures account. And I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice. I'm not monetized by YouTube. So likes and subs is great. Compete, drop something in the chat. There's a disclaimer, typical disclaimer in the description here. And I'm not licensed, but as I said, this is my virtual trading journal, and I trade live whenever I have a vetted trade present itself in the day. And I'm fully transparent and accountable about the setups and my process, and every trade is graphed and outlined and, dissected and gone over whenever there is a trade that's signaled by a vetted trade. And I mean that seriously, based on data, as opposed to many people who just structured trade this or vetted trade that. And then when you ask them over how many trades and what's the data like, they kind of goes crickets out there. So there you go. All right, let's get on to the most important business that we're here for, and that's trading. It's kind of a quiet numbers day this morning. Thank goodness. We had quite a bit of fireworks yesterday, and here we are today. There's no 3-star. The only initial jobless claims that out early was at 7:30. Now, there are some earnings that are going to be coming out later today, Apple being one of them. This is my older news source, investing.com. You can filter it for however you'd like, wherever you are, time zone, reports you're interested in, etc. It's free, and you'll notice all these ads flashing around here. My idea is to keep things as accessible to everyone as possible. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT because they're both subscription charged, so that's the way it is. As I said, earnings are the big play today. We've got Apple at the close, Visa, MasterCard, CAT, Blackstone, lots of them today. Tomorrow, Exxon and some of the energies coming out, and then next week we've got AMD and Merck and Palantir, and we're in earnings season. So what do you want? One of the things about investing.com that I really appreciate, first, it only focuses on traditional economic numbers in the economic calendar, not random, somebody's going to give a speech. No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because those things very definitely can impact our auction. But you'll notice that, for example, if you want to know about non-farm productivity quarter over quarter, you can click right here and it'll take you to a detailed description and data about that. The other news source I use is this one, which is Financial Juice, also free. I'm sure they'd also be tickled to death if you paid them. It has a similar calendar feature over here and a kind of a squawk box over here. Now, notice something about Financial Juice and why I keep it and look at it also. You right here? 10 o'clock, Trump cabinet meeting. 15:30, Trump makes announcement. Well, you'll never see these things in investing.com, but they are, obviously Financial Juice and the rest of the world has recognized that these can be serious market disruptors or have serious impact on the market and our auction. So I'm really appreciative that they pull those in. This morning, about an hour ago, this was not here. I should have taken a screen snap to show you, but anyway. And of course, you can filter this and do whatever you'd like. All right. Enough of that noise. Let's get on with the business of trading. The pre-market, and here we are. Well, here is Bookmap. You can see the blue boy over there at the opening print. This is just a vertical line that I put on the opening print of each session. You don't believe me? There you are. What that does is gives me the ability to glance left, and if I see that guy over there, I know the entire session is in view. Now here is a bit radical today. There's one point high on the price ladder, and you see the movement overnight. Right now we're flopping around up here just below previous RTH Open. This is investing.com and Investor RT, which is my go-to charting package for years now. Basic configuration. This is the micros because that's what I'm trading with my account. Also, there is the minis, and once I'll show you how I scale up and scale down later in the day. Same format. Let's get back to the micros. So this is the micro ES, RTH session over here, ETH session so far today. NQ, micro NQ, micro ES, high time frame chart referred to as micro composite. And this is the market profile, which I just leave on the minis. I don't change it back and forth to micros. Now, the higher time frame chart, first thing is probably worth pointing out, notice that get away from there. You notice that in the heading of all my IRT charting, you can see the instrument, type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. So that should never be a question. And these are session prices and markers, and you can see the volume area and the extremities or the skew. This is the micro composite, as I said, and it is, hold on a minute, it is for the RTH session only, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around them, the micro composite volume profile, and that does a few things. It automatically generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, and those values push to Bookmap. It generates a micro composite volume POC, point of control. That's right here. And this is not wavered off of 69.45 for a long time. That is one hell of a big number. And then, high and low, all-time high, all of those kind of things. The session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. Bookmap. So here is the DOM. This is basically the execution platform. Here's the DOM. Session price is 1 point high, the way I have it set. These are resting liquidity at each price, not traded, resting liquidity. These are limit orders resting here. If price gets there, will they pull? If price gets there, will they trade them out? Who the hell knows? And this is the bid, and this is the ask. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these flags and values. And these are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap from IRT. Here we have the volume, full session volume profile column. Now this started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex or the full session. RTH session volume profile, which will reset at 8:30 this morning, one way or the other, automatically, or I'll do it. It seems to be struggling with that. And this is a real important column for me, which is my statistics column, based on the statistical open type for each day. And these are the probabilities that various price levels will be revisited at some point. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets, but they are probabilities. And if you understand what that means, good for you. And these are the IRT session prices, which started pushing last night at 1,700, well, Sunday night at 1,700, and continue nonstop until 1,600 on Friday. Now, if you would like these, they would be helpful to you. I share this, a link to these real time. It comes as a Google link. You can put it in your cloud notes or wherever, and you will have them pushed every 30 seconds nonstop for those time periods through from Sunday at 1,700 through 1,600 on Friday. A lot of people use them. And here we have the heat map. Now, I already talked about Blue Boy over here. Notice that there's no indicator on my heat map or on my IRT. Because I approach the market strictly from data, probabilities, or statistics, and volume. That's it. Okay. So here is a POC for the full session, kind of a muted yellow, and a POC for the RTH session yesterday. POC, nothing magic. It is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, we've traded about 4,154 contracts. The minute one of these prices trades more, 55 contracts, this is going to move. Period. That's it. So that's as complicated as it gets. Now, the yellow line continues to plot, all day, so that I can see where this level has been, because that represents the price at which the most contracts have traded, i.e., the most people agree is a place to trade. That's also the diddle in the middle. That's where you could get chopped up the worst. There's a VWAP for the Globex, a VWAP for the RTH, volume weighted average price. And there's a mid for the RTH. Boom, that's it. The rest of these prices are just as the name suggests. There's settlement. There's the mid from yesterday. Here's the RTH VPOC. Here's the value area low from yesterday's RTH session. Here's the overnight low. It's pretty simple, huh? And then I have a couple of ones that seem to bother people, and that's the initial balance high and the initial balance low. And they are just based on that old nomenclature. I guess they confuse, but all the initial balance high and the initial balance low represent, and trust me, the flag is under there. All they represent is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. So now let's determine how we imagine we're going to open. Statistical open. And it's real simple. Again, very straightforward. Only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price relate to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. How would that price relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. And there's down here somewhere is the low. So it is, at this moment, it's lower in range. So I would change the column title to lower in range from higher out of range, which was a little minuscule gap up yesterday. Now, I changed that title so that when I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I know immediately what happened. I have the data without having to search around for it. Next thing we're going to do is clear the notes here, clear all these statistics because they apply to yesterday. And then we're going to go determine the statistics for the associated prices today. And how, you ask, do we do that? Well, that's pretty magic. Worth millions. Proprietary. Homework study. It's the statistical study that's in IRT, that I use in IRT. IRT first very conveniently highlights the correct open type in case you have a question figuring out how to do that. But of course, it will only happen after 8:30. So right now we're lower in range. We just figured that out. Okay. The study looks back. The computer calculates backwards over the most recent 1,665 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range. 487 of them. The days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Price in this upcoming RTH session, 84.7, right? 80.7, okay. Overnight volume point of control. And there you have, oh, come on. My little mouse is a little excited this morning. That's as complicated as this gets. I will now just step down through the list. The next order of business is pretty much always, in fact, it was a little better, is the overnight mid at 82.8. Overnight mid is going to be lurking around here somewhere. And I don't see it. It's right under here somewhere. I'll get it in a second. Let me just put the value in here. It's, what is it? 82.8, okay. Oop. 0.8, that's the overnight mid. I'll find it here in a minute by moving the price around. Previous close, there we go, 74.3. Well, there we go. I got that kind of right in the middle of everything, didn't I? Previous close, 74.3. Typically, the overnight high and low are kind of important. Well, let's first do the IB high, which is 70.0. And you see the green line up here? I happen to know that that's the IB high because it was the high of yesterday. We never took it out. So that's why it's lurking under the previous RTH high. 70.0, and that is the IB high. And why did I put the initials? We know, by definition, it's the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this flag is going to jump down above the previous IB low will come up below it, and that's where we are. And so I will know what this value represented. Overnight low, 66.1. Oh, well now, come on. There we go. And the overnight high we've already figured out, I guess. 52.0. That's right there. Okay. Oh man, I'm not doing very good at this today. I best get back in bed immediately. Oh, come on now. Typically you can drag these, but I don't do a good job of it. All right. Let's see what we have here. Developing value very low. Overnight mid is still hiding back in here someplace, but it's got to be right under one of these. So I'm going to look for it later. And at the moment, coming up to us, something else I have to do here. We could also break out of this from lower in range to higher in range before we open. So I'm not going to go crazy putting all the statistics in here until I know what our open is like. and where we actually do that. Oh man. Boy, I need to go back to bed immediately. So the overnight low is 66.1, assuming we stay there. Assuming we stay in the lower in range, which we are at the moment. Okay, fingers crossed. So the next thing I do here at 8:20 every morning, or pretty close to it, is a thing called the TLab snap. And that is this. I make a snap of this every morning. And I don't know what's going on. Oh, I do know what's going on. I make a snap of that TLab, and I post of that screen chart or that tab, and I post it in a place called the TLab, which is, you ask, what the hell is the TLab? You see why I stream, and because I can't multitask with the damn. Okay, there we go. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. This is the tab, which you see TLab there. This is a tab which I have created for them years ago to kind of give anybody in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting all the levels that they might be interested in. And it seems to be fairly well received. And so I continue to do that. Now, the TLab was started by a guy named Tom B., who's a self-proclaimed professional trader for 46 years. And I believe him. Now, does he show, verified trading account receipts back 46 years? No. Who does? But after a while, and you kind of, if you're a big boy or girl, you kind of get to realize you can, or hopefully you do, you can separate the wheat from the chaff and kind of find out who's BS and who's not. And I believe that Tom is definitely what he says he is, a successful professional trader with around 46 years experience. And I spent a lot of time in there and was quite active in the TLab until I started doing the stream, which was basically a suggestion from him to the group to narrate and focus on your own trading. Now, he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades, and it's a Discord room, and it's sponsored by Bookmap. One of the refreshing aspects there is that there's a bunch of good people, and you're never solicited for anything. So every day, about 6, I post the reports for the day coming up, and at 8:20, I do that TLab snap just as a courtesy and a tip my hat to Tom and the group. So there you go. I don't recommend any of the other ones, any of the other TLab or Bookmap Discord sites, or really any other place online, because I'm not familiar with them. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, now let's do something that you'll probably agree is pretty important. And that is to be able to trade. And the way you do that with Bookmap is a little bit complicated, but it's for a good reason. You need to activate the trade control panel and select a method that you will use to trade with or interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can do that is the active data column. If you choose DOM, it's the two DOM columns, and both is obviously both of them. Next, I very definitely use multi-brackets. It's where I can implement the risk-neutral methodology to my trading. And anybody that's not trading with full brackets in this environment and this market with this heightened risk potential, I think is being very unprudent. Your goal as a trader, your first job as a trader, is to preserve your account. Think about it. What good is all your monitors, all your indicators, all your fancy software do you if you can't trade tomorrow because you blew your account up? Now, if you're a prop guy and you're just throwing money at it and having a lot of fun gambling, good for you. If you're trying to approach it as a business, as am I, then your first job is to preserve your account and then compound your account, increase it by compounding. So the smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot. You then indicate the stop inticks for the full package, and this should have been determined long before now. And your first requirement, again, should be your account risk parameters. What's the volatility of the instrument, etc. Once these two values are established, your first risk neutral scale is automatic. Half the package, remember I said they need to be even, half the package, the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner. And you can have, whatever craziness you want to come up with, however much money you got in your account. And I also now am using Execution Pro because I have, in my back testing, have determined unquestionably that upon achieving T1, I trail the stop to entry. That is the most profitable configuration. So now we've determined that we don't need the trade control panel anymore because we have multi-brackets. We have the metrics here also reflected up here, which can be turned off. So I can shut this button again. It stays active. I get the real estate back. I have cancel, close, and all my metrics now ready to trade. Live AMP futures. And we'll wait for the open in a minute and a half. And what did I forget? Probably something. Or not. Never know. Well, we've got 4C going on out here for temps, which is about 43 or 4F if you're an F'er. Yeah, stream looks like it's trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. Let's hope this damn thing opens as it should on at 0830. Notice that my monitor, that I stream my entire monitor, not just the app. So you see any program that's open, it should arise any question. And you've got the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. So I try to be, as I said in the pre-market, absolutely transparent and fully accountable. Trading live. And we're going to open here in 6 minutes, 5 seconds, minutes, seconds. and then I'll complain about why this is not resetting immediately. Probably. Okay, there's the open. Yep, no reset. Double click. Double click, didn't work. That now. And I guess it'll do it when it gets around to it. I don't know why this thing chokes up so bad, but it does. Do have a data lag coming in on IRT, about 29 milliseconds. I have no clue why this damn thing just doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It's set to reset automatically, but it just can't seem to get it together. There's a full minute now. Why, that's irritating, isn't it? And I have IRT configured as admin, and it has a function where it can, not IRT, I'm sorry, Rhythmic, where it can reset the system clock, or resync the system clock. I have that running at 7 o'clock. Look at this shit. 2 minutes, minute and a half. Let it run and see what the hell happens, I guess. In the meantime, I'm going to go over here to Bookmap, IRT, I'm sorry, and I'm going to change the charting from full session to RTH so that the various levels align properly and, as expected. And there you go. There's RTH, and there's our open, or this is the previous ETA, RTH from yesterday, and the open today. And we'll save that and get over here to the minis and do the same drama. I really don't know what to do aside being, disappointed. Never had a problem with this before. I don't know what has happened, to be honest with you. A couple months back, it started doing this. I thought it was probably a version switch, but Bookmap hasn't been able to figure it out, looking at my logs and every other damn thing, so I'm assuming that they don't know either. Not very encouraging, but there you go. It happens. Well, we're 3 minutes in and still no reset, so I don't know how long to let it run, frankly. Take a screen snap of that to send to those guys and say, okay, you pencil neck's going to fix this, or what are you going to do? Man, that is pathetic. I have it set to automatically reset, by the way, of course. I'm going to get it to 4 minutes, and then I can't stand having all my data upside down here. My levels will be correct because they're the price levels, and because they're coming from my RT. So, it's only this. It's only this visually for me. Well, there's 4 minutes and nothing happened. And that's, how magic is that? How stupid. Okay. There's our open. Boom. So now we're going to slap this top secret proprietary inventory or indicator here called the vertical line, which I refer to as Blue Boy. Now what's it doing? Now it reset again. What the hell is happening now? Jesus. I'm going to, I guess, cancel the resets. I don't know. There we go. I suppose that's fairly normal. The IB high, remember now that these session prices are coming from IRT, so that's what I consider to be the gold standard, more or less. And you'll notice that there's a difference in the flag and the line. Not a bug, not a problem. The minimum refresh time I can set in the cloud note column is a minute. The boys and girls who coded up this indicator obviously could do it faster. So here we are. Yeah, they're liking that. Here we go. Down, down, down. And there was the open. Yeah, overnight inventory was pretty much long, so this is not a surprise. I'm not sure if I got around to that in the pre-market or not. I was busy thinking about something else. Typically, when I typically look for responsive buying or selling in the opposite direction from the overnight the skew of the overnight inventory, it only makes sense. If you've been trading all night and you got profit, why wouldn't you take some? That's, I think the logic. And here we go, loop-de-loo over here. We're pretty much straightened out. So yeah, good morning and welcome to the stream. And I'm only in it for the likes and subs, and I'd really appreciate some feedback in the chat. So there you go. And they're just going down, down, down. I try to keep the colors consistent between Bookmap and my IRT just for my benefit, probably as much as anybody else. But IBs are green, the same green, and the VWAPs and the mids and the developing volume point of control, the yellow boy, and all that stuff. So that's I try to make it as intuitive and non-confusing as I can. Got a lot of liquidity down here at the 99 handle, just under the century figure, and they've dropped under it. Here we are. Look for that 69.45 down there. That's been there and been a big level for, well, it's been the POC. If you notice any of my charts in IRT here, if you see the info box, wherever I have the mouse, so it was the POC back to the 22nd. But that's been a level for a while. And it's the MCVPOC. Well, we've taken out yesterday's RTH volume point of control. So what I do for levels that have been revisited or completed, I change the text to black. Then I know that I can delete those bad boys. For example, here was that RTH all-time high from way back when. I didn't get the IB low in there, but we certainly came across that, didn't we? Oh. Well, if you're a VPOC migrator, you're pretty tickled about this. Look at that bad boy go down, huh? And continues to go. I'm sure Antonio's made millions here. He likes that trade. That's one of the yeah, let me start over. I'd only trade vetted setups. I have the initial balance trades vetted. Trade those. And I'm working on picking the second one. Obviously, you got to have more options in your playbook. You know, if the only move you ever had as a football team was a sweep, well, that people get pretty used to that. So you need to have, a couple of off tackles and a whatever else. You get the point, right? Needless to say, it's been a couple of years since I played football. American football. And we just continue to pretty volatile and pretty down we go. We're dropping through yesterday's value area low, as you can see right there. A difference between the value area and the developing value area low or high. Developing is the current auction, and the value area low and high are previous RTH session. And here's our overnight low with that 66% probability, and that can often be a big one and revisited. And it looks like they're thinking about it. It's a whole lot of shaking going on for the first 13 minutes, eh? Imagine all the excitement that's and the mouse clicking. The retail mouse clicking is deafening. I would suppose. Plenty of responsive selling. So everybody seems to be up to speed now. I don't know what the hell is going on with this, but boy, am I tired of it. That was the setting forever. Worked like $1 million. For some reason, it just doesn't want to do that anymore. And I'd be the first to say it might be the computer. I don't know. Here comes that overnight low. And there it went. Now we're headed for the previous RTH low. I didn't put that in there, but we could do that stat. Now, why do I dribble along with these statistics in the morning? You ask yourself. Well, because remember, here's something important. Remember that I mentioned that IRT correctly highlights the open type, and there they did, for your confirmation and mine. And notice that these values here, blue, blue, black, 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 blue, blue. Why? When a statistic or a level has been revisited by price in this RTH session, IRT changes the text color from black to blue. Now, the overnight or the previous low is way down here, 53.1. You see there, we haven't got there yet, but boy, are we close. And here's 53.1. Typically, and I say that real loosely, you know, and then you can just look at the probabilities and figure it out. Usually it's the overnight POC and mid, and then it's oftentimes the overnight low and high, and then the previous low and high. I mean, that's kind of, you know, that's not too hard to understand, I guess. Well, quite a sell-off down to the previous low. And I'm sure there's all kinds of pontification about what that means. I think it's pretty clear that the economy is not very good, despite what some would have you believe. So there you go. What does that say to you? There's yesterday's low. We just went through there, and we didn't do so much as one poke up and straight down without any pullbacks. And look at that. You want to really have a yuck, look at the NQ. There we are. Here's today. There's that 69.45-ish. You know. Now, am I all shook up and excited and bummed out and FOMO'd out? No, because I trade structured trades, and the trades that I have structured are the initial balance. And when does the initial balance become a thing? At 9:30 Central Standard Time. So I'm, I'm eating pop. I'm a spectator, baby. I'm not a player at this moment. I'm a spectator. I'm watching. I am watching the game just like everybody else. I'm watching it with perhaps a little more focus because I'm going to be active, interacting with it pretty quick, I hope. But what does this mean? Well, that means that one of the handy parts or the nice parts about only trading structured trades, in my opinion, is that you're never in a hurry. It's never hurry, scurry, and blurry or a big surprise or, any of that stuff. Because my structured trades are real simple. There's 3 rules, and the first one has to do with the initial balance high or low. And so I just wait and watch, and if the pieces fall in line, boom, you have a short or a trade. If they don't, you do not. Yesterday I did not. Simple. FOMO? No. I mean, of course you have some emotion. Would you like to be involved? Did you see it run off of, anybody that's not brain dead would probably really wish that they had gotten a short. What is that? That's 40 handles, 50 handles. That's a lot. And yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to get ready to start thinking about trading, and this is my trading system that I've developed for backtesting. This chart is just got visual references on it, so I can confirm things happen when and where I think they should. And this is very definitely the simulated IRT environment. Not going to be pushing trades to my live futures account. What I will do is manually replicate those trades on Bookmap myself. So the next thing I'm going to do here is send this to the chart. And it's going to do that. And I'm going to do these things so that it doesn't have lines drawn all over the place. And now, here's today. At 9:30, these pullback and continuation zones and their respective titles will be pushed across to Bookmap. And we'll sit here and wait. That's the way it works. There's 3 signals here. I've done extensive back testing with this. There's essentially 4 trades, 2 of which around the IB high, 2 of which around the IB low. Simple. This IB statistic is the first rule or signal. The second piece is continuation or pullback, and the third is the trigger. And then whichever of those occurs, the trade goes on, long or short, continuation, failure, failure, continuation. So what is that? What are the IB failure trades? Well, they're IBFs, or they're basically mean reversion trades with a fancy name hooked onto the IB. So there you go. And now I'm just going to sit and wait until this materializes. We had a pullback, sort of. I guess a reload, and down they go. Who knows what's going to happen? Got the VPOC migration lower. That's never a surprise. Remember that this is just volume. This is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this RTH session, right there. And the very split second that one of these prices is 1,644, this thing's going to keep going. There it was at 1407, 1417. Now it's at 1644. Up here it was 1,000. And it was 500. You know, that's not rocket science. And you can see exactly, anticipate when those migrations or changes are going to happen. It's not magic or sorcery, or, you know, I do look really good in my wizard coat and my tall hat, but, you know, it's not required. Now remember that there's no particular news on the horizon, except we have those additional political risks that have now materialized. are we doing? Well, context continues to be lower highs and lower lows. If that's not obvious, then you got a problem. What, Panda? Huh? What are you doing? Antonio is playing hooky. Yeah. But I love you. Yeah, I do. I'll pay you in just a minute. Let me just see what's going on here. Well, is this a double bottom? Did they come down here for some reason? Who knows? Down we go, huh? Down, down, down. Let's see what's well, boy, today was the day to do the opening range trade, that's for sure. Perfect. This is something I've been just kind of looking at, messing with the coding. So here's the opening range for today. There it is. Yeah, thank you so much. And there would be the signal. And there you are. And of course, that's the way internet gurus, show you how wonderful their opening range trade is. Well, there's one day, okay? But that's exactly what it is. I have that a trading system just about all finished to code that up. Just because it's a good example that I can set price levels and stops and things that I can move around for my back testing. Look at them go. Welcome to the stream. Throw a thumbs up. A subscribe would be super. I'd really appreciate it. It'd be an honor. And put something in the chat. Get a fresh homemade biscotte out here because I'm a little pickish. Remember when I mentioned 69.45 in the pre-market? Looky here. And look where we are. Yeah, Rod is mentioning that back to Boomer's favorite level, 45. It's very seldom is something so obvious that it jumps out at me. But boy, this thing has been. And here we are again. That's pretty good. I better have another one of those. Well, interesting to see after all this time just exactly what kind of fuel is living into that MCVPOC, that 45 level. That's going to be pretty. This is kind of deceptive over here because I've got too many things going on at 45. But this is at 45. So is the POC at 45. So is the high volume node. I just can't stack them on top of each other, so I know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I mean to myself. And we're across 9 o'clock. Oh, baby. Be quite interesting to see that reaction. Probably not long to wait here, I guess. Remember now, these are spread out 2.5 handles because there's no way to have them remain at 1 with the market movement. Imagine all the people trying to pick the bottom now. Oof. Think about the billions of dollars that just got erased right there. And why do you suppose that's happening? Well, think about the market on close stuff last night. If you sold 1 billion contracts right up here at the top on the close, right there, gee, what a wonderful profit you just made buying them back down here. Ooh, you know what I mean? It's not really that difficult, I don't think. I think it's pretty damn transparent. And, you know, that's just me. Remember, I'm talking to myself here 90% of the time. That I guess I didn't maybe talk about this earlier, but this is my virtual stream. Everything that I'm seeing is obviously captured in the video. The only way I get what I'm thinking at the moment into the stream, onto the recording, is this voiceover. So, and it's not voiceover, it's narration. Voiceover, in my opinion, implies after the fact. This is certainly not after the fact. That's another reason I stream live to YouTube. No question about what it is. All right, so we're at about quarter after the big one. And now I need to start thinking about the initial balance trades, which are my vetted trades of the trades du jour, so to speak. Well, we better do something over here, huh? Can't even see the damn thing. Okay. So here is, this will shut off the opening range trade. That's what these lines are, the opening range. And you see it was a beauty, huh? Imagine taking that one. That's the one you're going to see all the cowgirls on YouTube telling you all about. So here we are. Today's trade. Get rid of the fractal, I guess. We know what the fractals look like. If you had to ask yourself the question, what is the context for the day? And that's about as directional as it gets, I guess. Really wide. What do we got? 70.21 to 69.46. So round them off. Jesus Christ, that's 70, 80 point wide IB. Can that be true? Yeah, sure as hell. Wow. That's and there they go. Through the bottom. You'll be glad you got them. Finally took them. They got the POC from the 23rd and my old buddy here, the micro composite at 45. And I'm going to put this up to 45. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, I got to do that. I forgot. I forgot the whole idea. There we are. No, Jesus. Come on, girls. What's going on here? What's going on? There we go. Okay. Now we need to start thinking about this whole idea. And that is, I approach trading as a business, not a video game or gambling, which I talked about in the pre-market. I approach it from a position or a point of view of realizing that the market is random pretty much. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It can only go up or down, right? Can't go sideways, backwards, forwards. It can only go up or down. There's no time or horizontal movement on the market. It's put on there by us applying time to it for the charting. The most successful traders who live and who have ever lived have all pretty much come to the same conclusion that the way to profit in the markets as a business is to identify a pattern that occurs regularly and specific criteria that justify an entry for that pattern, confirm with back testing and statistics that it does have a positive edge, and then whenever it presents itself, you take that trade and rely on the law of large numbers. If that sounds at all familiar, it's also the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So, they play no game that they haven't pre-identified has an edge or an expectancy. So what I've done is I've done that I've identified the initial balance high and low, the initial balance failure, or the initial balance continuation. And I have worked that code out and back tested them over here. Now, that's what I'll be watching for in the signals here on this chart and replicating them in Bookmap. Let me point out something that's also really important, I believe. And that is, by all means, do not trade in expectation of the statistic. That's my advice to myself and anybody that wants to listen. What has happened in the market? Yeah, POC is migrating down. We're below everything up here. We're straight down. Here's the IB low at the bottom. What are we going to do? Well, they're going to get short right here, and they're going to head for down there. Bad idea. Will it take the low? Likely, very likely. Is the low in right now? Is the initial balance statistic set? No, it isn't until 9:30. Might the market test down here and then go up here to the POC or the price check at aisle 3 or VWAP or mid? Yeah. And a lot of times that happens, and a lot of times people have kind of a sad look on their face when they lose a lot of money. So don't, if your system has anything to do with the initial balance statistic, as mine does, I wait until 9:30. Pretty simple. Will you sometimes make money doing that? In trading in expectation or in anticipation? Sure. Because it's a random market. It's 50-50. If you throw a dart, you're going to win over a large enough sample size. If you just randomly enter the market, you're going to come out around 50-50. Assuming you don't have stops and targets and you have an unlimited account. The key requirement being stops. Well, Richard, good morning. I didn't see a slide through there, my brother. I guess you got the context figured out, huh? If I'm not mistaken, that's 70-20 to 69-40. That's 60 and 20. That's a 80-something handle IB. Holy smokes, huh? That's a big one. And we've got some potential risk on the plate this morning. What do we have? Well, we've got Trump's having a cabinet meeting at 10, so that's going to unlikely have some kind of impact on the market. And then at 15:30, which is fortunately after the cash session close, he's going to be talking some more. And we've got the 7-year high yield. And then, of course, Apple earnings after the market. Tomorrow is going to be PPI, I think, isn't it? Which should be it's one of those 4. What are you doing here? It's one of those 4 reports or events where the CME and brokers increase the margin, the intraday day margin, to 25%, and that will start tonight on the open of the ETH. So And they just they got my old buddy there, the 6945. They finally took it out, and to be quite frank with you, I'm amazed that there wasn't a buttload more volume down there. I guess maybe they're not done with it, but would have thought as many times as that thing has held and been a known level, I'm amazed they didn't get more out of it, but it may not be done yet, and all that stuff. Okay. 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes, and the initial balance will be set, i.e., will become a thing. Oh, pins and needles, huh? 3, count them, 2.5 minutes. Kind of warmed up over here, Richard. I hope you're having reasonable weather out there. going on here? Well, we're just toying with that IB low. Not a statistic yet, remember. My water jug out of the way here. I didn't even see it wasn't updating. My bucket. That's not the initial balance statistic yet. Remember, it's only 1 minute more to go, so that was just an extension. And that got a lot of them on the edge of their seats. I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny, but on the other hand, you know, I see a big problem right here. Do you notice this? That's when I forgot to have this update. So what I'm going to do now in 30 seconds is redo the data. With IRT, it's pretty snazzy. You go like that. Boop. And then you can notice right up here what it's going to do. In the status or whatever that bar is called. Now we have the initial balance low in place. I think. Yeah. Really close. It's got to get the low down there and try them. Let's see if it doesn't move again. I want to point out something here about my the historical download's taken 2 forever, so that's not a good thing. Yeah, so we did come through the IB low, but I want to point out that this is not a signal on my side yet because of the configuration here. And that the bar needs to open above and close below in the case of the IB low, and the previous bar to the signal bar needs to open above and close below, open higher than it closes, which is fine. But this is not going to be an A signal until we get down here below it. And now you notice that we have the pullback and the continuation zones are being pushed. And let's see if all that's following suit over here. Yeah, there they are over here. So to be honest with you, I think this is kind of, if we didn't get an A and now we have a B, and I'm not sure that doesn't make any sense to me. It's impossible. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, this data download is not helping. The data on the system is going to be all upside down.
Hey,
unfortunately,
is taken.
Because of the lag and the download that's in progress, which is just not happening. So that's going to put this whole thing off kilter for me today on this particular one. There can be more than one initial balance trade in a day. I'm not, crying or freaking out. I am certainly not FOMOing. But we don't have an A or a B, and, that's all pretty disappointing. I wasn't watching that in time. That was really, should have quickly got that data figured out before I did. But hey, that's exactly why this is pushing within IRT simulated mode on purpose. And if I wanted to be a big brave boy, I could be slapping trades on over on IRT without any problem. Now, not IRT, book, whatever this is called, bookmap. So here is the very definitely the A. A B didn't get anywhere. If they pull back to the trigger zone here, that would signal a short, an IB continuation. Now, let's do a quick pre-trade checklist here. What do we got? Well, we've got the right selection on the trade control panel, the right number of contracts happening. Oh, I know something I forgot to do this morning, probably. Statistics, where did that go? Yep, see, this son of a bitch defaults to that every time, and I hate that. I don't know why it does that, but it does. So what are you gonna do? That's one more thing I've got to get used to, or get, in my typical workflow. And usually I'm too long-winded around the trader's lab and that stuff to slowly and articulately go through that. Yes, yes, yes. Look at here. Aren't they proud of themselves? Boy, there's a lot of people lost their ass right there, eh? Oof, painful. Well, if you're a rearview mirror person or an internet guru-ish type of thing, that you could get a lot of traction out of the opening range trade this morning. Holy smokes. And if you're not on this is not the place to be FOMOing about it. No, it's never the place to FOMO about it, but these signal markers are just that. They are just signal markers on this chart. They're not part of the rules that would actually take a trade. And these signal markers are controlled, as are the rules, by these flags up here, these user variables. And that's why I have them up here and try to keep track of them. To verify what's going on. Another thing that's important, I guess I have to show you the right window I'm looking at. That's up here. And yeah, didn't make any headway with that data download, so that wasn't a very good. And we still have a lack, so there's a lot of volume coming through. Let's check that and see how upside down that gets. Well, only 100% for this time of day. And the ATR is something's wrong here. The hell is going on? Huh. Well, something's really upside down here because we don't even have the 1 minute ATR. So, okay. There's a data issue, obviously. I am standing by. By golly. And they didn't get up to trigger country. Now, remember that the trigger's way up here for the initial balance continuation trade. And we're pretty much past it. Everybody's all excited about a double bottom at 25 in static. I don't monitor TLab. It's too busy for me. I need to focus on what I'm doing here. No, no mal thought implied there. It's just too busy. And I frankly don't see how a lot of them are able to trade when they're busy. They're chatting and typing and, putting out copies of War and Peace, some of them. I don't understand how people do that in the live market, in any room, or a Discord place, let alone not to exclude any others. Well, there we go. Yeah. IRT is too far behind to trade. Way behind the curve over here compared to Bookmap. Bummer. This is just plotting in Bookmap and IRT, and that happened at least 30 seconds ago. So that's a real disappointing turn of events. I'm just about on the verge of shutting it off. Not that I'm going to be on a trade, that it's any kind of a trade environment situation for me, but just to put it out there. This break here happened well before, and I've noticed previously in this, recently actually, that when I'm watching for the signals and the session levels over here in Bookmap, this movement is well ahead of IRT, and I don't know why. I try to make sure I don't have a bunch of extra stuff running. I have to keep something I don't look at very often. I don't look at how much this, I don't think the TLab tab would have a big deal. I don't use the TLab anymore after that initial thing. Maybe I'll just start shutting the damn thing down. I'm going to try that right now. I'm going to go save. Hopefully that'll happen. Save all. That will also take the statistics down. I wonder if that's a bad idea. Oh, this is all upside down. Now it's saying higher outer range. Oh, yeah, I'm shutting that off. Now it's all busy saying higher outer range. You seeing this? There you go. This is complete crap. It's all upside down. Definitely did not get the proper data refresh. Well, that's just magic. Boy, they continue to hammer this thing through the floor. Look at that go. Wow. Wowzer. I guess it's that elevated volume. My only shot here is to try to shut this off, which I'm going to do now, and see if it can come back up with any kind of improvement. Worst to worst, guess what you got? You've got bookmap. Look at it go. Now look at it go. Wow. There's a, what's going on? So, yeah, what do we have here? Well, we've got Trump at 10, so 15 minutes. Okay, see what happens if I can get the IRT to come back to life here. This is not fun. What was that? There's some sort of a bell here. I hate bells. Well, it looks like it's getting a download a little more. Well, that doesn't look very good. The hell happened to my micro composite chart? View period 3/1/23. Huh. Well, that's not a lot of fun. What happened over here? Well, sorry you're not seeing all this. Micro composite chart seems to have disappeared. That's kind of disappointing. Oh, yeah. Well, there we have that. That looks a little more normal. And I'm sure that next go around it'll redo itself, I suppose. A pain in the ass. I have no idea what's going on with this. Well, that's pretty weird. It works fine on the mini, but the micro is not very happy with it. Everybody else seems to be tracking out okay, so let's see. Let's see what we see. Huh. Well, I'm pretty sure I don't want the last 1,000 days view period there. That's probably for sure. That's pretty weird. I don't know what to say about it. Anyway, market is continuing to hammer south. And no, I'm not on a trade, and that's a bummer. Over 100 points on that dump so far. I'm just going to have to struggle along here. There's the problem. Uh, 5/18/01, however many days back that is. 5/18. May 1st, 2018. Wow. That's quite a way. Oop. I am puzzled about why that did that and what to do about it. See what this does. It's just not picking up anything. Oh well, corrupt probably. Just need to fix it at some point, which I'll do later. We are just hammering this thing to the south. And being a guy that's kind of prone to shorts, kind of a contrarian, I guess. That's quite a that's a disappointment. So I stand aside. What can I say? I'll tell you, I'm getting kind of frustrated with this days without trading, and that's something that to be reckoned with, right? It's the monkey mind, I call it. Tom calls it hide. You can call it whatever you want. It's our DNA, our neural pathways, which have been developing over this, all the however many years we've been at this as a species, depending on what you want to believe. I believe it's thousands of them, based on fossil records. So there you are. And that stuff is cooked down. If you know anything at all about, cattle or horses or dogs, it's called selective breeding, selective adaptation. And that's where we are. We're just a mammal after all. So things that kept us going on the savannah, that enabled our extreme ancestors to pass down their DNA, kept filtering and refining till where we are today. So FOMO, risk aversion, all that stuff is not conducive to trading. You have to be, and as far as I'm concerned, we're never, you're never going to get rid of that. It's cooked into your DNA, and you're wired for it. So my approach is to be vigilant about my condition. Am I feeling FOMO? Am I feeling adrenaline rush? I'm not touching the mouse. I'm not, clicking. I'm not chasing. I'm not FOMOing. Do I feel all of those emotions? Absolutely. Am I bummed out that I'm not part of this big sell-off today that I enjoy being a part of? Yeah, son of a gun. Absolutely. That'd make your whole day. That's 100 points. You put a one lot on there and you're doing pretty good. But I'm now having a data drama with the system. So far, I didn't have a scheduled or a signal trade. There's the A, and we went right through it, and off we go. Would I anticipate or entertain a signal up in here again? That's something that I've thought a lot about. How far away do I think it needs to have traveled that comeback isn't valid? And I'm not sure about that. I'll tell you one thing. If you took the opening range trade with these, I'm just messing with this as an experiment, but there's the opening range trade with a 1 minute opening range. If you took that, you would have been short right there and still in it from the second 1 minute bar of the day. There ought to be something to give you FOMO if you want to be foaming at the mouth. I'm certainly not suggesting to do that, but you know, it's the truth and it's the point, isn't it? So I'm going to watch this and see what happens. I'm going to keep scratching my head about what the hell has gone on with my micro composite chart over here. Which is working just Jim dandy over here. I could close it, copy this, take it over there. The problem is I need to redo all my exports, and they're still clicking along just fine according to my book map. Why it's not plotting these, I'm trying to figure out. If anybody has a inside. Oh, well, it's sunny over here at least. And I'm still busy trying to find out what happened to my micro composite here. Which I will do, you know, apart from the, I think it's a problem of not getting that backload, the data uploaded properly. View period, charting hours, preferences. Tell you what, that is just freaking disappointing. Well, we'll do it this way then. We'll play it your way if you're going to be that way. It's just not wanting to show anything about anything over here. And I hesitate to try and download the data again. That's where it got wonky the first time. I guess it doesn't hurt. It's broke now. It's broken anyway. There you go. I'm going to get out of the room in case it blows here, boys and girls. And there we go. It's still in progress, but at least it's making some progress, so that's a good thing. Now, the disappointing part about this, or the relevant part about this whole story with data and FOMO and patience and structured trades and vetted setups, is that I don't have either the financial or the chronological luxury of standing here doing nothing for days on end. I did that earlier, and it didn't work out very Well, when I attributed that at that point in time, before I had vetted a trade, I attributed it to my paralysis by analysis, without having a real structured setup and vetted plans that I knew in advance was going to happen. I was busy trying to make all these decisions and as a result, not trading, I think. Then I spent a lot of time previously, wasted a lot of time previously with the prop idea. I had 4 accounts, was it? All of which in good standing and about a trade away from funding. And then they decided to not support rhythmic data or bookmap or IRT anymore and just closed those accounts and said, well, tough shit. So that was that was pretty disappointing and quite a waste of time and money. And it was just the obvious, only logical answer was, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. So here's my live funded account with AMP futures. And now, again, so I say I don't have the chronological or financial luxury of being able to just not do anything for days on end or months on end. So this is a business, and like any business, it has to generate profit to be sustainable. And did we finally get done? It's still got download in progress, it says. Looks like we got what we wanted back. So that's a good thing. And I will shut off those naked volume points of control, and you can see that today is not working out exactly like the wizards had planned. However, go back to the pre-market and give a listen to the market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up to what do you suppose? Every day in the wrap up, I talk about, and I believe it, it's a zero sum business. There's impossible that there's ever more sellers than buyers in trading in the futures because it's a contract. So, and if you just take that one step further, think about today. What's happening today? Well, let's look over here, maybe easier. Buying. Who is on the other side of all this buying, do you suppose? Who would you imagine has enough money, funding, to acquire and hold all that inventory until some precipitant happens, which they can use as an excuse I think happens a lot of the time. And now what are they doing? They're tripping all these guys out and making a profit on all that money, on all those longs that they put on. All that, they're adjusting all that inventory. That's how I see the market. And I know there's hedging and I know there's all that stuff, but hey, those guys don't want to lose any more money either. So I think we're, look at that trend day. Damn, I'm pretty sorry that I'm not on that. I'll tell you that, because that is my cup of tea right there. A big out the window, up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs, everybody out the window. Not funny, but it is. If you think of it in cartoon idea. Well, I'm going to save this in hopes for the best here. So we're still lagging. That's not a good thing. That'll get over with. And how to get around that, I don't know. Let's have a look at Mr. Green Jeans over here. Well, there's the 9 o'clock hour. 9:30, I'm sorry. Missed our target. Would have been just a sweet deal down, wouldn't it? All these flags are reset and everything because I had to restart thing with IRT. So that would be all a restart. I tell you that opening swing trade, wow. And I'm going to take this excuse to slide out the door here and refill a bottle or two and see if I can perhaps forage a snack. Well, I lucked out. The market's coming back towards my IB, and I got a bowl of homemade fresh char-siu. Oh boy, oh boy. Fat Billy said yum. Like I was saying a few minutes ago, obviously there's fractals everywhere, and but on the bigger picture in the initial balance stuff, I think I need to have an idea about how far away from a signal is that next one invalid. I don't know if that made sense. A, B, we needed a trigger, and then down we go. But we've gone all this way, and now we're going to come back up here. What if it comes up here and takes that trigger? That would signal a trade. Well, it won't because of the restart, but it would under normal circumstances. You know, there's some point in most trading days when the tanker turns, right? And I'm not sure how to think about that. Well, Rod took an IBC and made phenomenal money, so he's a big shot. Does great. Let me see what he's got up here. Good guy, too, seems like. Yeah, so that's a difference. Now look at what we're doing over here. This is where I start to get nervous about this. And if you look at it from a fractal point of view, higher, lower highs, lower lows, higher lows, higher highs. I mean, you can, depending on your level of granularity, you can convince yourself of anything in the trading environment. Remember, Trump is speaking. Remember, it's a cabinet meeting going on right now with all the microphone madness in one room. That's got to be dangerous. Now I'm getting to that point where I have to make a decision. And that point is right there, actually. It won't be happening on IRT because of all the preliminary stuff is over with. So was that the short? Didn't hit the trigger yet. I have to be careful that this is, can be a prolonged FOMO, right? Want to get on that trade that got away. And I really don't know what to think about the, well, I do know what to think about my question of how far away can the market move from the set of signals to be invalid. There's only one way to determine that systematically and statistically. Keep the system as it is right now, run the back test, make the change of whatever that is. Okay, if price moves 10 handles away from the potential trigger or the IB low, for example, then reset those flags to 0 as an example. Then you run the back test. Did that make more money or did that make less money over a large data set? That's the only way to do it, I believe. Otherwise, you're falling into confirmational bias. Didn't quite get to the trigger. Would have been lovely if it had, and I took it, which is an open question, but, Well, it's going to mess around over here and tag out that signal. I got a higher low, higher highs. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, now I think they're in the hold waiting to see if there's going to be some developments in on the news front here from POTUS and whatever. I don't know. I don't listen to those things, but I'm sure people do. And here we go some more. If I were to think about this from the point of view of the higher time frame, what the hell would I think? If we're going to take that, the trigger, we're in a continual higher lows and higher highs. So I don't believe this to be valid. I'm not going to treat it that way. It's got nothing to do with anything over here because having to do that restart and the data dump and all that and set everything back to zero. So it's all on my shoulders here now, I guess. What do I think? Well, we're coming back to my world famous favorite 69.45. I think it's probably pretty possible that they're going to bring this thing back up, with especially given the I wonder how long that damn cabinet meeting and that POTUS story is going to go on. That is a definite no in my trade plan. Mm. 70%. I don't know. Somebody posted something on. I don't have any idea what it means. No idea. I think I got it. I think I understand what he's talking about. I think I got it. No. Some of the guys like Rod do do the vetted trades differently than I do, in the sense that they don't set specific rules in a specific period of time, but they'll do a statistic would be, if price breaks the developing the IB low, then there's a 70% probability that it will revisit the whatever, some level VWAP or whatever else. I find that I don't think that fits into a statistical methodology exactly, because it's too vague. Well, that sunshine out there and this lack of anything to do is calling me for a get outside and get some exercise. I think I'll stand by. I'll hold my ground until the top of the hour. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. And that might be a good idea, to look at vetting as setups that would would come into play with around the initial balance. What's prompted this thinking is one of my colleagues posted that 70% probability that revisit developing VWAP after breaking the initial balance. It seems pretty far-fetched, but it would be pretty easy to test. And what he's doing is he's obviously taken along off the bottom somewhere and is going to hold for this developing VWAP right up here. This is the RTH VWAP. This is Globex VWAP. So that's a good idea. I think I might move forward with that. I don't think I have done my duty here. I'm derelict in my duties here. Somebody didn't poke me in the head and say, "Hey, dummy. Hey, dummy. Get out there and do something, dummy." And they are still at it. And Trump is just saying that the this fantastic gains in the stock market are all attributed to him. That doesn't seem like too new of an idea. That doesn't seem too far from expected opinion. Kind of like ending 8 or 9 wars. I've not been able to figure out which ones those were, but well, if I had, let's see here, if I had taken the signal, it would not be stopped out, and it would be a T1. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that is so much rear view mirror crap. That is the stock and trade of internet guru guys, right? Or people, folks, whatever they are. I don't believe. I wonder how you do that. How would you quantify invalidation like this right over here. If I were to put a, code up a filter or whatever you want to call it, if price, if there's a signal or not a signal, and price continues on X or N number of points, at what point is that invalidate the return, like here? How would you do that? Is a proportion of the movement, the total range or something like that? I don't know. That would be pretty vague, I think. Pretty vague, I believe. See, this is an A and a B, but no C, no trigger. So not until there was a trigger. It would have been okay. It would have been scratched, which isn't certainly the goal. But what I'm trying to figure, it's not a thing because of the restart, set all the values and levels to 0, but or reset them all. But how far? I've thought of this a lot lately. How far does price need to continue from a level, from a IB setup, to invalidate it? To invalidate the third or the trigger from being hit, for example, or any of them, the B and any of the signals. Obviously, you've got to have the first signal, but maybe you don't get the second one until so-and-so, and you pretty much always going to get the second one because price is moving in the direction. So you're pretty much always going to have the second signal. It would always be the trigger then. That would be the question. How far does price need to deviate from where it's been to invalidate the trigger, I guess is what I'm trying to think about here. Ooh, and another VPOC migration south. Oh boy, oh boy. Now this is where you could get a sudden uplift, which Tom and some would call price check at aisle 3. Got a lot of stuff in the road, got these fantastic levels here that I've divined from, my Ouija board and chicken bones and stuff. Look at that. Support, resistance. This is support with support with support with support. Then it comes back through it. Then it's resistance. Now it's resistance. Let's see if it proves resistance again. And that's how they do it. That's exactly how they just put a line on a chart and make it sound like it's something you ought to pay attention to. I am obviously joking. I hope that's clear. I think with those guys in the cabinet meeting, I'm going to take advantage of some fresh air myself. And there goes that. Well, there goes two things. There goes Rod's statistic and my hesitance about the VPOC migrations. Rod, that fills Rod's 70%, I think. Ah, price check aisle 3. That's Okay. 1 o'clock here, pretty quick. Just just looking over the news reports for tomorrow. Got PPI, so that's going to be there will be increased day rate margins from 1,700 tonight, in case that affects you. Looks like the story's over. Now we have just Trump coming up at 1,500, so that'll be. Missed that bullet, dodged that bullet. I see the system took a small trade while I was out. $11.55-ish. Scratch. T1 and then scratch. What a crappy week. For me. Just no trading. But there's always tomorrow. Well, we certainly don't have a 12-to-1 trade today. It got over pretty early. $65F here now, 18C. It's a pretty big change considering we were 5 below C, and which is about 23, I think, or something over here. This is going to be a nothing day for me, unfortunately. Did not have a signal on, didn't get the trigger for the IB continuation as my rules apply. And I was out enjoying the sun on a walk when this little revisit happened right over here. And I don't mind that at all. Now, it was a VPOC, there would have been a failure trade, an IBF, which depending on the signal would have been quite nice still. But per the way the system took it, it got T1 and then scratched. Because entry, T1, stop pulls to entry, down to entry again, that's the stop. And that's been the most successful and profitable methodology per backtesting. Apple reports tonight, among others, but Apple's the major earnings number out. I think. Yeah, Apple and Visa, MasterCard, CAT. I mean, there's a lot of reporting. Lockheed and lots of them, but I suppose all eyes will be focused on Apple. Yesterday we had 3 of the Mag 7. Jesus Christ, Musk is funny. He just dreams crap up and people lap it up like cats in a bowl of warm milk. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Okay. Waiting for 2 o'clock here. See how that power hour develops, and I'll do my usual analysis of my back testing. I mean, how that whole system works. And then we'll have the market recap at the bottom of the hour next one, and we'll wrap this thing up at the top of the hour on 1500. Well, that 45 is an incredible number. Look at that. That was the POC and the naked volume point of control and high volume nodes and everything else for a long time. And now what are we going to have happen over here to us? We're going to have the power hour in a couple of minutes. And there we go, the power hour. Okay, so it's a dud day for me. If you did trade, I hope you were patient and took a vetted trade that you have pre-identified and had a wonderful success. I didn't, no loss, no harm, no foul here, but it's kind of boring, but it is what it is. So I touched on it briefly, but I approach trading as a business, not a video game or gambling. If you do approach it as a video game or gambling or an adrenaline rush and you're successful, then by all means, don't stop. It doesn't work for me, and I don't believe it has long-term success built in. I take no trades which I have not pre-identified to have an expectancy. Positive expectancy, I guess, is important to point out. And I realize that the market is essentially random and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So I am adopting the methodology of the most successful traders in the world, which is to identify a recurring pattern and the parameters or rules that qualify that pattern for an entry, and then capture a significant data set, a statistically significant data set of that example, and verify the calculated expectancy, etc. And then in the live market, after that part's all done, in the live market, put that trade on every time it appears, that it presents itself, and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy to your bank account. Is the exact same business model as gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Same idea. They only play games that have a positive expectancy for the house. They don't, when the game's on the floor, their only mission is to play the game as many times as they can in 24 hours. The law of large numbers. That's it. So that's where I'm at. And in the process of doing that vetting of trades, it can take, it's a lot of work. And that's where the work comes in, the trading, really. So the trades that I identified first were, I thought, to me were obvious, was the initial balance trades. There are two. There's an initial balance failure and an initial balance continuation. So I have two. I have one that would be applicable in a directional market and one that would be applicable in more of a rotational market. I, reasoned, and that's, then I defined the rules that I thought made sense. And here they are. Took a while to develop them, and then I back tested them, and I have back tested this various configurations many times, over 100, and I have determined what I believe is has the most potential for profitability and success. And so that's the way I'm going at it. And I think that's the only, for me anyway, that's the only systematic, non-discretionary, non-emotional way to go, way to approach it. If you try to scroll back and, I see this went through there and then it came up here, well, maybe didn't quite or whatever else. I couldn't possibly do that. And I back test around over 1,000 trades. Each back test, which is around 500 days. Couldn't do that manually and accurately, and then record all that data on top of everything else. So I relied on IRT. This is the trading system definition, and I call them rules because that's what they call them. And these are the rules that define those two. It's actually 4 trades because there's 2 around the IB high and 2 around the IB low. So there you go. And then I can easily, without any fear of discretion or anything else in, polluting or corrupting the data set, there's the instrument, contracts, the session, 500 days. And I can backtest that. And this is the amazing part to me. The system just took 8 seconds to backtest 223,281 bars, 498 days, and in those bars, for each and every one of those bars, it evaluated every one of these rules. Could never do that in a million years. Manually, I couldn't. And there's a lot of data on these reports, and these are the reports that I've selected, so there's different stuff, but max excursion, pullback, capital traded, all that kind of stuff. Maximum drawdown, maximum capital required, average capital per day. There's a lot of stuff on this general one. This is one that I look at heavily for Statistic. There's 1,126 trades. 764 of them are positive, were winners. 213 were stops. And the difference, when added these together, difference of those added together from the total trades is scratch. There's 37 consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. Maximum winner, maximum loser, number of periods long, number of periods short, And then if you want to get into the weeds, as you should if you're doing this, back testing your stuff, is this report, which has each of 1,126 trades, every trade, exact time entry, date, outcome, exit, and profit result for every one of them. And then I take that data and I bring it over here. And this one, this is my basic spreadsheet, and there's over 100. Each line here is a back test. I've got this filtered down to what I believe are the most profitable, and trying to figure out exactly what that why was at. And it's because of this particular configuration. Now this is obviously the instrument, 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, and a 48 tick. So it's the basic standard 2-lot risk neutral trade I put on, and I put in the multi brackets in Bookmap every trading day, every day of the stream. The difference is, once T1 is achieved, the system scales the stop to break even or to the entry. That little bit right there makes a huge difference over here. And there's, 21 days was the total trading days in December, just goofing around. And this is the other day I was here on the stream talking about it, and I just did the whole input the data from 14 days, from the 14 days of January at that day, on the 12th. And so there's 495 days. Each one of these is a back test. 1,108 trades, 750 winners, average winner, losses, average loser, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk-reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners and losers, long, short, and profitability. Those are statistics that you can hang your hat on and be mechanical about without discretion, in my opinion. And that's the way to approach this business. And that's the way I'm approaching it. And it's the same as, Tom Sosnoff, Dixon, Richard, Simmons, the most profitable traders in the world, Renaissance Technology, all those guys. Simmons, I can't think of his first name now. So there you are. That's how I do it. Now at the bottom of the hour, I'll do the market recap. I won't be taking any trades past 2 because I have end of day rules that would flatten me out. Should there be a system trade on, these would be flattened out at a specific time I set, which in this case is 14:30. This is an example of the scaling. It may achieve T1, scaled to entry, came down and took entry by a tick. Okay, c'est la vie. In this particular case, it would have been much more profitable to not have scaled, because look at there, would have gone to T2. But you have to look at the overall statistically significant data set of occurrences and know that there's going to be stops and know that there's going to be winners, and that's part of the business. So that's where I'm at. And that's how I approach this. And, thanks for stopping by the stream. We'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on closing balance at 14:50. Every day every trading day, I start the stream at 0800 Central Standard Time. and it goes nonstop until 1500. The reason for those 7 hours of live stream every day is a commitment to complete transparency and accountability. No trades are taken, could be taken off the stream, and I wouldn't intend to. So there you go. And if and when I do take a trade on the stream, it's booked out very clearly and without question, graphs it out with a break-even line and entry and stops and all that kind of thing, as does IRT. So there you go. It's important to remember in this day and age that, I mean, I think I mentioned it earlier. Let's check. Yeah, I did. Okay. You know, futures are a zero-sum business, so you got to be always thinking about who's on the other side of that trade. And a situation like me today, you need to realize that unlike most everything else in life, and how I was raised, I don't have any idea about anybody else, but with a work ethic and the concept of, you know, the amount of effort the amount of reward is commensurate with the amount of effort. That's not the case with trading at all. In fact, it's often the other way, and it's what really kills a lot of retail traders. They cannot control themselves. They're standing in front of their computer. They're all geared up. They've been seeing YouTube videos all night about how much millions of dollars they're going to make. They got their mouse, and they cannot prevent themselves from just clicking that mouse right, left, and center. It's the whole industry and all the YouTube, most of the YouTube, you know, influencers and people, they all feed into that because that's how they make their money, is, you know, having followers and subscriptions and that kind of thing. They don't really make their money trading, I don't think. That's the consensus anyway. And these poor, retail people, that's why there's such a high burnout rate or failure rate with the retails. This is because the prop shops are, you know, all that blinking lights and crap that they make you use, like the platforms they put on. Top Step X came out with that platform and didn't even have bracket orders or OC orders for months. Jesus Christ. You know? And those guys all know how about trading. Those guys all know that was just... Well, Program X is a whole other story. So you Google Program X and see what their involvement with the Forex market and what they provide, what tools they provide for the other side, not you, but the top steps and whatever they are called, whoever the prop people are. And they have the ability to put you in an A book and a B book and slow your fills down and do everything else. That's for sure. So, and that's not conspiracy theory. That's something I was witness to in Kuala Lumpur when I was over there. It does exist. So anyway, there you go. Program X. That's any one of these outfits that's now got our new fancy professional platform, Top Step X and Edge Pro X or whatever they call that. It's all the same thing. It's all white labeled off of Program X. And it's all set up because of the minimal amount of tools and the edge that provides the shops. Certainly not the edge it provides the traders. So that's my soapbox thing. Yeah. So my suggestion is to just put your mouse away and watch this market wind out. That's what I'm going to be doing. All right, do the daily wrap up here. That should be no surprise to anybody. That's 120 plus drop handles, points drop on the MES. That's pretty substantial. We managed to get back around a little bit or more than half of it. There's the mid, of course. 2 trades, actually only 1 trade signaled by my system, which is right here, and I was not right here, unfortunately. But hey, the joy of trading. We took out a whole bunch of levels here, including my old buddy 6945, and which included a micro composite VPOC from back the 22nd and further. And here we have the big tail. This is today. So far, we're still down 50 handles right here at the current price. This is today's trade. If you notice on any of my IRT charting, there's a couple things to notice. The header of each chart has the name, let me show you here, the name, the type of a chart, and the periodicity and the session. So this is a MES, it's a 1 minute, 12 tick Renko, and it's the day session, or 0830 to 1600. So there's never a question. What did we do for volume today? What do you guess? I'm guessing we have a lot. Yeah, we were over $1.19. And we're down to a 2 point ATR on a 1 minute at this moment. Obvious that we were high by just looking at the volumes over here. This is way high. Way high right there. That's normally around 1.03 million contracts traded. We're at 229. Huge, huge day. That's I'm sorry, that's a micro. This keeps getting jumped around on me. There we go. Let's get back to business. There. That's the NQ. Sorry about that. That makes sense. I was going, wait a second, how the hell did we do that? But still, we're at 1.27 on the micro ES. So that's about, a little bit high. Normally it's about 1.03. Well, I was joking there for a minute trying to figure out what's going on. Completely out there like Pluto. So, and this is the market profile. Look at that string of singles. Holy moly. Look at that. That is one string of singles for you there. Or spike, that's a spike. A string of singles are typically within the the profile. That's a spike. Yes. Who knows? Who cares? I mean, I don't trade with market profile anymore other than to keep track of it. At one point I traded with it exclusively way back when. And here's the micro composite chart, which is a daily chart, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I pull the volume profile around them, And that generates these high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC and all that stuff will happen at the session changeover. I'll pull this over and incorporate today. And it's real simple. There you go. That's what it's going to look like. So instead of a VPOC at 69.45, it's going to be 69.4475. Ooh. Big shock, huh? Big difference. Now I'll probably screw this all up trying to move it around. There we go. All right, I'll change that just so it's correct. What I can tell you now is let's move on to something really important. Here's our back testing stuff. Tomorrow, okay, I guess you probably know, but here we go again. Investing.com. I go to news source for years. I don't like the rebranded or the redone layout here, all wide and a bunch of stuff, but here was today. Most importantly, here is tomorrow. Now, we're going to have the PMI or PPI tomorrow, and that is a big number. That's one of 4 events where the CME and the brokers raise the daily margin from the usual, $500 or whatever you've got to trade an ES to 25% of notional, and which in this case would be for the overnight carry, which in this case would be around $5,500 to trade a 1 lot. And that will go into effect this evening at 1700 when the ETH session opens. So that's pretty important to know. One of the things about investing.com I like, you notice how these turn into links? If you don't know what the PPI is about, you can click that and on Edge, you can see all the historical stuff, everything about it in text, who puts it out. It's pretty handy, and what the historical graphs has been. You can, of course, I don't know if I mentioned this, but you can filter this to wherever you are, time zone, report you're interested in. You can also, another feature that we have here is earnings, and we're in earnings season. This is today. These are earnings for today. A little quarter moon means they report after 1500 typically, and the sun is before the open. So that's what we have to look forward to. Now tomorrow's earnings, we got some of the energy boys are coming out, Exxon and Chevron, and then we'll kick off to Monday. That's investing.com. Same story with Financial Juice. The difference with Financial Juice and investing.com is, well, one of the many differences, you will not see any non-normal expected economic news or releases on investing.com, except something like this one, for example. Now, this has been scheduled well in advance. It's coming out at 1500, and everybody knows that this could have a big market moving impact. Financial Juice picks a lot of them up. Speaking here, they had a talk over here. There was I don't know, I don't see one here now. Cabinet meeting was here, and I appreciate that they pick those up and put them into this docket, because those kinds of events, obviously, these companies have realized, and the trading world has realized, that these events can have a big impact on the auction in our market. So I'm really happy to know in advance, as far as I can in advance, that those kinds of things are coming, and I can protect my risk accordingly, manage my risk accordingly. Then over on this side is more of a squawk box feel, and this is where we'll get the market on close and balance. Numbers, which just comes out at 1450. Okay, so watch for if you're trading a live account, make sure you know what your broker's got up your sleeves for your margins. And tomorrow, be aware, be cautious, just like every day. Your main job as a trader is to protect your account, preserve your account. The only way you can do that is proper risk management. Period. So there you go. Let's stand by for those market on close and balance in about 10 minutes, and then we'll take it into the close, into my session close or stream close, which is the cash session close at 1500 Central Standard Time. I hope some of you are getting some relief from this weather as we are. It's damn near 70. There's 65 Fahrenheit over here, which is 19 C. That's pretty dramatic, considering day before yesterday was -5 or some damn thing. So yeah, I hope people are coming back online. We were fortunate to not have a power problem, but I really hope all the best for you and yours. all this sweating and straining that IRT's been going through and, you know, lagging and all that stuff. This is my Armory crate, which is the back end handy dandy utility from the motherboard from Asus. RAM usage 35%, GPU 24%, CPU 27%. Why? Unless it's thermal throttling over here. Why in the world would IRT be choking so bad? There looks to me to be plenty of free resources. I did have it, was overclocked, and I thought maybe that was a problem, so I took that back off. I don't know. It's a mystery. I build my own machines, so, you know, and have for a long time, so it's not like I can call Dell or something, you know. That's one of the downsides. So we're going to have the market on close imbalance at 1450. Now, if you let's see what happens over here. There used to be a big pop. Not so much anymore. Not that there wasn't a big enough pop for a bunch of people right here. I still find that pretty hard to believe. That's 68.98. Call that 6,900, and we started out at 7,022. So 125 handles or 122 handles. That's a lot. And I'll tell you the beginnings of the strategy for the opening range trade I've been coding up would have been a beauty. You would have taken the entire move because it broke low on the first 1 minute, never came back. Now Trump has moved his speech from 1500 to 1530. And Apple earnings are out at 1530. That's interesting. Yeah. See what I mean about it moves these around. This was scheduled for 1500 all day. Now it's been changed to 1530. That's good to know. And I'm pretty sure that investing.com won't have picked that up. Maybe. Yeah, they got it pretty well picked up here already. So there we go. And now you know. About a minute or so to go, and then we'll see what the hell. The market on close have been pretty. They've been over 1 billion, substantially over 1 billion contracts on the sell side the last couple of sessions. For it comes out the S&P 500, the NAS 100, the Dow, and then the Mag 7. You'll see the reporting here in a minute. Less than a minute, actually. Ten seconds. Ooh, look at them go. They're getting all excited over here. Well, there's the 1450. So what's going to happen? We're going to get a big dump We had a little bit of a run up here in anticipation. Nothing hits juice yet. I'll switch over there in the minute it does. All right. Yeah, again. 1,507,000,000 buy side today. Well, look at us. Yesterday was all sell side. NASDAQ 100, 1,173,000,000. Dow 323 million, and Mag 7 651 million. So there you go. Now you know. What does that mean exactly? Beats the hell out of me. Like I said, last 2 days in a row was sell side. Now it's buy side. So are they gonna run it up? Are they gonna run it down? What are they gonna do? I don't know. I don't know. I have to actually, I'll admit my laziness. I haven't taken the time to really dig into that thing and find out what the impact is supposed to be. My initial thought doesn't seem to matter much. Doesn't seem to have paid out or be correct. So. Okay, so we just take it into the close. Now, let me say, whatever that is, why is that doing that? Let me say that I hope you had a good day. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time, to guarantee full transparency and accountability. I only trade vetted trades, and that's why, it's fairly boring, because that's trading. It's not an adrenaline rush. It's not a video game. So I have no apologies for it. It's what it is. And I'm glad it's that way. Let me also say that the most important, critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's something to take on board if you're not aware of that, because so much time and effort is spent by humans in general, and we as traders, looking out, from the inside looking out. What monitors do I have? I just need to find that indicator. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to have that software package. Your eyes take in all of that data. Your brain processes all the market data, and you use that to make financial decisions that impact your life and your family's life. The most important thing you have to take care of is you. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated, in shape, fit. Rest your eyes periodically through the day. Go out and look down the street, focus on the distance. Don't ever trade when you're on emotional tilt. Really, really important. We go up against every day. Who do you suppose did this? You and me? Of course not. This was done by a higher time frame that just hammered and took the money away from thousands, I would suppose, traders. Those guys are some of the most educated, highly educated, and without a doubt, best funded participants that there are in existence or ever have been. And they come in every morning with one thing in mind, and that's making money. They don't care whose money it is or where it comes from. Most of the time it's retail. The market, like I said earlier, the market's a zero-sum game. The market goes up to go down, down to go up to go down to go up to go down to go up, and now what are they going to do? All of these people that were just, remember, it's a zero-sum deal. So everyone that's buying everything, including today, everybody that was selling, most of that was probably stops and liquidation. But that's correcting and adjusting the inventory from the higher time frame that is on the other side of all those trades. They're selling. All these people that are buying, somebody's on the other side of that trade. Buying. Pretty soon, what are they going to do? They're going to correct or adjust their inventory. What's that mean? That means all these guys are going to get hammered. And if I'm not right about that, or you have a different opinion, or you know something else, put it in the chat. I'd really love to. I want to be accurate and know, I don't want to put out something that's just a conspiracy theory. I don't work in the government. So, there you go. All right, we're going to have the market close down here for the cash market in about 4 minutes. And I had a, typically uneventful day, unfortunately. The system did take a trade while I was gone. I mean, I can't even go to the shower. Right there. IB signaled perfectly. Now, in this case, it took T1 and then came back by one tick there after the scale. It could have gone on and would have very definitely gone on to 48 ticks or 60 ticks if that scale hadn't been applied. But as I was talking about it during the around 1400 in the part about backtesting, that has proven to be the most successful approach. There you go. That's it. And we're going to shut her down here in 2.5 minutes. Oh boy. Now, if you're not trading with a prop shop or somebody and you're trading your own money, be careful. There's going to be earnings out at 15:30, and there's going to be political risk at 15:30, and also be aware that the margins are going to probably jump way up. If your broker does that, if you're trading with your own money in a brokerage. Looky there, huh? Almost all of it. Isn't that something? How long did that take? Well, there's the market open, 10 o'clock. Hour and a half. An hour and a half. Pretty incredible. All right, have a great evening. Listen to your elders. Go get some exercise. Get fit. Take care of you. That's the most important thing you've got, much more so than your software or your indicators or your screens. Because without you, none of that, you might as well throw all that in the bin. It's all useless. And let's see if the weather holds 65. I thought I saw something somewhere that said it was going to be getting colder. I don't know. Thought one of these machines said something about it. So there is 1500. That is the cash close, baby. No, not yet. 15 seconds. The stream starts at 0800 and it's not 7 hours yet. So I know it's not 1500. Subscribe, like, thanks a lot for coming by. Appreciate it very much. And there we have 7 hours. By golly, now that cash market's closed. All right. I don't see any closing swing trade flying around here, but you never know. That's pretty funny, isn't it? Not funny, haha, but an hour and a half. 120 handles, basically. That's pretty incredible. And then trade them all the way back up again. That's one hell of a selling tail, isn't it? Look at the market profile. Ooh. Nasty. Okay, I'm going to take my own advice and do something healthy, and I of course will, do a bunch of stuff for the next on into the evening for some few hours, but and I'll be back at 0800 in the morning. So have yourself a great evening. See you then.